What is a young lion's favorite dessert? A cub cake. Welcome to the stream. Happy Sunday, my friends. Happy Easter to you. I hope you are well today. Thank you for being here. A bit of a surprise stream, a Sunday stream, a rare occurrence. And I'm very grateful that so many of you have made it, and on such short notice. Thank you, my friends, for your company. I hope you've had a wonderful weekend. Sir Rack of Lamb is first in chat tonight. Pleasure to have you here, and thank you for the watch streak. Thank you for being with us so regularly, Sir Rack of Lamb. And Dead Zergling, not first tonight, but very grateful to have you here, Zergling. I hope you are well. Loyal to Soil and Sparrow the Dragoon, welcome to both of you, my friends. I hope you're doing well this Sunday. Who else do we have here? I think I see Game and Fit and Stream Kyle. Welcome in. Thank you, thank you. Thank you for your watch streak as well, Stream Kyle. I appreciate you making so much time for the stream. And live on a Sunday. I thought you only streamed on weekdays. Usually only on weeknights, but I had a little bit of extra time. And also, heads up, tomorrow night's stream may not occur. I'm not going to know until tomorrow night whether or not I'm going to be able to stream, so it's going to be kind of one of those short notice sort of things. I would say if you have other plans, don't cancel them for the stream, because it could go either way, and I would not want you to be disappointed. Always love your enthusiasm for the stream, Jelly says. I think that's to Loyal. And yes, of course, Loyal. Thank you very much for your enthusiasm and excitement. Sparrow says, hey to Frownie and all in chat. Awesome surprise to get a Sunday stream. I'll be lurking as I'm still recovering from COVID. I'm sure to be in and out of sleep, as my body is finally allowing me to do that. I hope that's a good sign. So I have some catching up to do. Right on, Sparrow. We'll try and keep things calm for you. Hopefully you can get the rest and recovery that you need, my friend. We want you back at full power as soon as possible. That sound Simba sounds like Khaki Cat. Too late, Stream Kyle says. Plans already canceled. Oh no. Sir Racket Blam said, I'd love to see you beat this first try. I don't know that I ever beat it. I have never beaten this game. So this is a game from my childhood. So I have played it before, but it's been like, I don't know, 20 years or more. 20, 25 years. It's been so long that I remember very little about it. I think I was able to get far enough in the game to make it to being adult Simba. But I don't know if I ever even beat a single level at that point. I've heard that this game is insanely hard. And I don't remember it for its brutality, but I also remember that I never beat it, so we're just gonna see what it's like. I really doubt that I have doubts that I'm gonna beat this game tonight, but we're gonna try it. This is the only thing on the schedule for tonight. I plan to just work on this for a few hours and see how it goes for us. Hopefully well. Let's take a look at the options. We've got 3 difficulties. We're going to keep it on normal. Sound effects on, slash, jump, roar. Slash is only for adult Simba. Okie dokie. I remember there's a cheat code for this. I think it's BARRYL. Yeah. So this is, I probably use this to see a lot of the game. But, we're not going to do any cheating. I'm surprised I remember that, though. Let's go ahead and reset. I've got company over, so we're going to lurk, Loyal says, for a little, and watch you while we hang out. Right on, Loyal. I hope you have a great time with your company. Wish them my best, if you would. Happy holidays. Hope you recover and get healthy, Loyal says to Sparrow. Happy holidays to you as well, Loyal. Double Fine had a video for their Devs Play series, Stream Kyle says, where a co-founder of the studio sat in while one of the Double Fine devs played and beat the game. Lots of interesting information in that video about the Disney game, making stuff for this and Aladdin, Stream Kyle says. Co-founder of Westwood. Is that on YouTube, I would assume? Might be worth that might be worth a watch at some point. Right on.
It starts.
Alright, we've got 8 lives. We've got a roar that's on a timer. I would guess that... Let's wait and let that fill all the way up. Thank goodness that wasn't an enemy. I need a different Super NES controller, maybe just to clean this one out, because my start button is really, I mean, I don't use the start button all that often, right? But it's, I get no inputs or double inputs. I think those are not spikes on this guy. Oh my goodness. This game is too hard. This guy's got spikes. I don't know if I can actually jump on these lizards or not. Just one running speed. Oops. Oh no! Oh no! I've already lost a life! I don't think I saw this enemy before. I thought there was one lizard and one porcupine down here, so after I jumped on that lizard, I thought I was safe. Let me see if the enemies respawn. It doesn't look like they do. Alright, cool. So if we take everything out, we can explore comfortably. I don't know what the range on my roar is. It's not very good. Lands of Lore on the PC is my favorite Westwood game. I think you can still get it on GOG, Sirac of Lamb says. Patrick Stewart voiced a lot of the game. Never heard of this one. Hey, Boat Ladder, welcome in. Happy Easter to you, Boat Ladder. Thank you for joining us. That guy exploded. Alright, that probably hurts me, so I'm gonna... stay away from him. I'm gonna try and get all the bugs that I see. Try and get that one up to replace the life I lost. No. There we are. Wow, that extended my health bar. Oh, I hope that rolls over between levels. I kind of doubt it will, but that would be very nice. No, your health bar and roar look like ketchup and mustard levels. Aw, we're done. Playthrough canceled. This game's too disgusting. I can't endure it now. You ruined it, Jelly. Sir Rack of Lamb, thank you for the resub, my friend. Thank you very much for your support. It means a great deal to me, my friend. Thank you. Time flies when you're having fun. 5 months. It doesn't seem like that long. Hey, Streaming Fist, welcome in. Pleasure to have you here with us. I've heard of this. I've heard this is the easiest platformer in existence. Every game's difficult when I'm playing it. So no worries. We'll still have a challenging and interesting time. Oh no! I don't know if I actually took fall damage there. I am damaged, but I think that came before. I thought that I saw an enemy respawn. That's why I yelled, oh no. I thought I had defeated this, lizard. Maybe I didn't. It's too difficult to jump on top of him under the rock. I got it back where it's supposed to be ridiculously hard. Yeah, I've heard this game is tough. I actually had this game as a kid. I never beat it. I haven't played it in like 20 or 25 years, so this should very much be treated like a first playthrough because I remember nothing. Well, I probably remember a little bit, but you know, nothing significant. It all seems pretty fresh to me. Oh no! I got robbed. Did I put this on easy? What was that?
Everything the light touches is our kingdom.
We defeated that guy in a single jump. Bug toss. Please don't drop a bomb or anything on me. 10 bugs. Not bad for a first try. Double digits. I tried a Sekiro no death playthrough earlier, Streaming Fist says. How did that go for you, if I may ask? I thought the roar and health bars looked like ketchup and mustard. Growing up too, Sirac of Lamb says, I convinced my brother that you have to locate hot dogs to regain health. That's beautiful. Zergling says, so next try will be triple digits? No doubt, Zergling. Oh, they move. Oh, I need to go quick. This is familiar to me. I think that... Yeah. I feel like I remember this level pretty well. Double jump? Ah. What a cute game. I think we can swing on this guy's tail. We can. So, both of these? I feel like I remember these monkeys being very confusing later on in the level. Do you have to turn some of them and not others? I don't know what I'm hitting my head on. My PB is five deaths now, 2 of which are pretty embarrassing. However, I did no death the final boss, which was a first for me. Hats off, Streaming Fist. GG on that one. Always had to take multiple tries on him every single run. 5 deaths sounds not bad to me. I don't really know the game, but that sounds pretty low. Hey Greg, welcome in. Pleasure to have you here. Welcome to the Lion King. I feel like I should actually bring the volume up a little more. I don't really know what's going on. I'm just kind of bleeding lives. I've definitely reached an unreasonable level of proficiency in Sekiro at this point. I wish you the best of luck with your continued pursuit of the Deathless Run. There we go. We'll just see if I can remember how to do that. I guess I'm supposed to go across. Well, I'm supposed to go across or up. It's definitely across. I think I'm very close. I mean, if you're in the low single digits, I think you've got this Streaming Fist. Greg says, I've heard of this game. I remember I didn't really like the movie, so I didn't play the game. So I had this game as a kid. I don't remember it, like, it wasn't like a favorite or anything. And I definitely never beat it. But I have played it, you know. I have played it a bit. It's just been a very long time, so it's all pretty fuzzy. What's this a Wii? What's this a Wii, Jelly? Jelly says, do you remember the version of this song we came up with for Land Before Time? I remember your rewrite. Fun fact, this level was made to make it harder for people renting the game to beat the game in the regular rental period. I would like to see some... Oh, great, we're at a checkpoint. Perfect. I would like to see some... Because I know that, like, that's something that... apparently, like, game devs did, was to make games harder. Because they worried that rentals would damage sales, but, like... I would like to see some hard data on the effectiveness of that strategy. Because if I rented a game and it was frustratingly difficult on my rental, I wouldn't go and buy the game so that I could beat it. I would just never play the game again. I wouldn't continue to rent it, and I certainly wouldn't buy it. So, that strategy seems like an odd one to me. I think part of making this level harder was to make the grabbing not reliable. Oh, thank goodness. I just wanted to jump up there and skip this. Brutal. I'm already using a credit. I'm on stage 2.
The king has returned.
Do we keep our checkpoint? Of course not. Whoa. No worries. Is anyone else singing the song, or is it just me, Sir Rack of Lamb asks? The king has returned, the king of making games super difficult. We do everything the hard way. I'd either just give up on a game, or if I like the game enough, I'd waste more constantly re-renting it, Greg says. The Deathless Lion King run is going to be a nightmare, isn't it? I think I saw this movie in the movie theater when it came out. I think that the whole school took a field trip to see this in the movie theater when it came out. I went to a very small school. Like the first Castlevania, Greg says, rented that game so many times until I finally beat it. Could have just bought the game with the money I spent on numerous rentals. What's even worse is if you rented it so many times that you could have afforded to buy several games instead. I remember seeing this in Beauty and the Beast. Did I see... My memory of what movies I saw in the theater as a kid is incredibly unreliable. I do need to say that. Because I feel like every movie that I saw as a child, I can remember seeing in the theater, even when I logically know it isn't possible. I think I have a lot of invented, fabricated movie theater memories. I think it's just because, when I was young, the TV seemed so big to me. I thought every television was a movie theater. I wish I'd gone to your school. We never went to the theater for our school trips. We did a couple times. I think we saw The Lion King, and I think we saw Anastasia. The Lion King might have been a class field trip. That might not have been the whole school thing. Actually, Anastasia was, though. I remember that being a thing where the entire school went to the theater. Why am I so terrible at this? It doesn't seem like it should be that difficult. Oh my goodness, I've used 2 credits on the second stage.
The king has returned.
I think the first movie I truly remember seeing in the theater was The Great Mouse Detective, Sir Rack of Lamb says. I've heard of that film. I've never seen that one. I couldn't tell you what what the first movie I saw in theaters was. If I did, I'd probably be wrong. Mine was The Empire Strikes Back in 1980, Greg says. That must have been a cool experience. Like, it's not like, so jumping from the first tail to the second is you just jump as far as you possibly can. But these other two, you can over jump it and under jump it. Like, there's a sweet spot that you have to hit. It isn't just a matter of jumping as far as you'll go. It is on the first one. Yeah. And because he's spinning, it's very difficult to tell where I'm lined up. This is absurd. Well, if you missed stage 1, no worries. We're about to be back there. If it makes me feel better, you doubt you do well. You doubt you'd do well too, Zergling? All of my embarrassment washed away. I think the only Star Wars movies I saw in the theater were the remakes, Sir Rack of Lamb says. I don't think I ever saw a Star Wars movie in the theaters. Hey, Mile High Roll, welcome in. Yeah, surprise Sunday stream. I'm glad you caught it. If you'd missed it, you wouldn't be missing much, though. I'm repeatedly failing these jumps. Oh my goodness, it's so difficult. This has no right to be so difficult. It makes no sense. It's so broken. think that's an extra continue. Oops. And we definitely know I need it. Come on, checkpoint, please. No checkpoint? Oh, we're doomed. No, I was doing so well. Greg says these days, like I've said before, I don't bother with theaters. Too expensive nowadays. Yeah, I'm right there with you, Greg. I go to the theater like, you know, once every 5 or 6 years. It's insanely rare. Never played this game, but I heard it's a pain. You've heard correctly, Mile Hyrule. This stage right here has been particularly agonizing. Kind of like learning Super Ghouls and Ghosts. Gotta earn your continues. That jump is supposed to be free. I don't know what happened there. Oh no, the free jump isn't free anymore. What? I hate this game. Congo, welcome in. Pleasure to have you here. Hope you are well today. Hope you've had a wonderful weekend. I rented this one weekend in the mid-90s. Had the worst 2 days of my life. Nice graphics, though. So I had this game as a kid. I never beat it. I haven't played it in an exceedingly long time, so it's all very fresh to me. I don't know how I could have forgotten how terrible this is, though. Maybe I never made it this far. Maybe I was wrong. Maybe I was wrong. This is a nightmare. Oh look, the hard part. Every part is the hard part. You're not far off from the truth. Love going to the theater. It makes me sad that because of the cost I won't go unless it's a movie I really want to see. And let's face it, there are very few movies that are worth seeing, Sir Lamb says. There are very few movies that are not worth seeing. No, I was right the first time. What? That was amusingly confusing, Sir Lamb. I think about it, this game came out in November 94. By then I was already playing Super Metroid, Final Fantasy VI. So even if I had wanted to play it, finding time to do so would have been a problem, Greg says. Otaku Bin Gamer, welcome in. Happy Sunday to you. I hope you are well. I'm suffering. I'm suffering with some Lion King tonight. I knew this was going to be rough, but, goodness. Oh no! That was a terrible blunder. Playing Tony Hawk Underground 2 tonight. Right on. Never actually played a Tony Hawk game myself, but hopefully it's treating you well. Persephone, welcome in. Here, kitty kitty. Simba does sound a lot like one of our cats. Jelly pointed that out earlier, and she wasn't wrong.
Cool.
We have 3 cats, and one of them is a tan cat, and he's very talkative, and he sounds a lot like Simba in this game. How bad could this game be? It's got a double jump. What's not to love? Oh, checkpoint. Thank goodness. See, one pink monkey. Ooh, there's a one-up up there. I've gotta have that. Oh, I think I missed something. Aladdin was too easy. Kids would rent it and beat it before they needed to return it, so they made The Lion King. Good luck beating that, kid, Game & Fit says. I like Capcom's Disney games so much more than Virgin Interactive. Agreed, Conga. Thankfully, I was terrible at games as a kid, so beating Aladdin was never in the cards. I was typing too fast and thought I mistyped. I corrected, then realized the correction was wrong, Sir Ackerlam says. Dost thou sense it? The climate of evil is descending upon this realm. I don't know if I can identify that quote, Game & Fit. I think it sounds like Ocarina of Time. It sounds like the Deku Tree. Jelly says, I thought Kaki would react to these noises, but I guess he doesn't think they sound cat-like enough. He was making some weird noises earlier today. He was staring out my window, and I don't know what he was watching that has his attention, but he was just staring out the window and muttering to himself. It was so weird. Hey, cool, we got him one up. There's another pink monkey over there. BRB, we will look forward to your return, Conga. I saw another one up. feel like I've done something wrong. Oh my goodness. Oh, the jumps are so far apart. No, I've never played a Tony Hawk game. I have a couple of them on the Nintendo 64. But I've never gotten around to giving them a try. I think 2 and 3. My game collection is viewable online. I can't always keep track of what I actually have. But if you're curious, there's a link there to the VG Collect. But I think I have 2 and 3 on the N64. Female merchant, welcome in, merchant. Pleasure to have you here. This game makes me feel things good and bad. I'm having a rough time with this game. I can't lie about that. But I knew going in that it was gonna be a hard time. I'm a little bit stunned with how difficult it's been. Even knowing that, though. You'd recommend 2, but not 3, personally? Give me that bug. I want to change this one back. A victory! We cleared another level. Oh my goodness. Oh, bug hunt. I'm on a timer. Just get all the bugs. Nope, I lost. That's weird. Let's see if there's anything. Well, guess not. Thank you for the trophies. Thank you for the GG, Jelly, and Sir Rock of Lamb. Brafnir, welcome in. Pleasure to have you with us. Hope you are doing well. If I may ask, how's the Battletoads been treating you? The list of things I'd rather do than play this game, Game and Fit says, is about as long as the contract in Willy Wonka's factory. I want to see these rhinos and their tails go extinct, Rafnir says. I can sympathize with that. You've made it to the level I've never beaten, Game and Fit says. We'll see. We'll see if that's where I am destined to remain as well. No progress on Battletoads. Still in the tower. Might practice some off stream tonight. Best of luck to you if you do. I know you've got it. I know you've got it. If you can do everything else in Battletoads, you can certainly do the tower. I have unwavering faith. What I seem to be learning is that some of the bugs hurt you. Oh my goodness, I can make that jump? That's crazy. Give me that bug. I feel like I'm in a bonus area. Oh, there's a continue up there. I don't feel like I'm in a bonus area. I think I would have been in a bonus area if I'd gone the other way. This vulture is impossible. Oh my goodness. Move over, Red Aramer. Here comes the vulture. Cool. Inventory says I have 1 and 2 on the 64 and Underground on the GBA. All right, I was just wrong. Otaku, like I said, I've got a bad memory for it. That's why I had to make the inventory. I was just I was just wrong then. So this would have been the bonus area. Okay. That bug is poison. I'm staying away from that one. This is impossible. It's impossible because they put that thing there. Oh. Of course you'll beat it, you Game and Fit says. Thank you for the vote of confidence. Hopefully I will. Just give it half the time I invested into Battletoads. Well, the plan is to beat it. I mean, I don't think I'm going to beat it. I don't, necessarily expect I'll beat it tonight, but the plan is to stick with it until I do. I mean, that's kind of always the plan. I really don't like ever giving up on anything. It happens every so often, but it's pretty rare. I want that one up and that extra credit. Like, there's so many goodies up there, I don't know how to get to them. This looks promising, though. You know what? Let's take a peek. Oh, no, let's not. worse than Earthworm Jim. This is horrific. Have we faced maximum jank in this game yet? This is pretty high. This is pretty high on the janko meter. Now Sirac I'm singing this song. I like that inventory site. May need to put my collection on there. Yeah, I saw there's another streamer that I watch from time to time who had her collection on there, and I was like, yeah, that'll be good because I can't remember what I have. And people are curious sometimes, so it's, you know, it's nice to have it sort of publicly viewable like that. It's kind of out of date. I've got a box of like 50 or 60 games that I need to add to it, and I just never get around to putting them in there. They're mostly jank trash stuff that I bought for torturing myself with. Oh my goodness, this is so terrible. I almost had it. He just won't grab anything. Oh my goodness. Was all that for one bug? Is that what I'm really like coming up here for? Give me that one up. I'm getting that bug too. I think I have to take the... I actually don't think I'm getting that bug, but I do think I have to take this path since I broke this. I don't know if I can make that jump. Good thing there's not a timer on the levels. Oh my goodness. They should have. They should have put a timer on the level. Their goal was to make it, you know, as terrible as they could. As I have heard. I couldn't even beat this game with a rewind button, Game and Fit says. That's rough. Whole soundtrack is very well written, Sirac says. Saw the Mario movie yesterday, no spoilers obviously. But I'd put it somewhere between my favorite movie of all time and the greatest movie ever made, Game and Fit says. Wow. Yeah, I imagine I'll get around to seeing it. That's some pretty high praise. I am gonna lose my mind in this game. I love the 93 Super Mario Brothers movie. I love the 93 Mario Brothers movie, Merchant. I talk about it all the time. It's a fantastic film. For those who don't know, I like to collect memorabilia related to the 93 Mario Brothers movie, and I have a piece of it nearby at the moment. I've shown it a handful of times, but if you haven't seen it before, I've got the official Mario Brothers 93 movie thermos. It's pretty sweet. Trust the fungus. I got a bunch of other stuff, but that's the only thing that's within arm's reach. That's what the majority of people think, otaku. A lot of people don't like it, but they're wrong. It's amazing. I like it. It's weird and interesting, and it's got beautiful set work. The set, all the practical sets that they built for that movie, just amazing. I love the world of Dino Hatton. I'm definitely getting in the top 100 Lion King speedrunners tonight. You can disagree if you want. I'm not gonna change your mind. I'm not gonna try and change your mind. You have my permission to be incorrect. Oh, I love the Goombas. And Dennis Hopper inspired casting for Bowser. He's not actually named Bowser in that in the movie though. He's his name is Koopa. Weirdly enough, according to the novelization of the Mario Brothers movie, Princess Daisy's father, the real king of the Dino world, is actually named Bowser. I don't know if that's in the script, but they actually applied the name Bowser to the rightful king, to a completely different character in the novelization. They never say it in the film, so I don't know if that was the author's choice or if that was in the script. It's possible to get up here. We've seen me do. I've done it once. Why? Uh, Speaking of King, I've been meaning to beat K. Rool on Donkey Kong Country for some time now. Right on, good luck with that. Alright, I'm gonna move on. I'm gonna leave that bug behind. We'll get it another time. I'm undoubtedly gonna have to play again, right? So I will make all of that time wasted, and we will move on without getting that bug. Stay focused. I have to master my inner zen to defeat this game, Game and Fit says. Probably. You're probably right. I'll need to ascend to a higher level of thinking. I just died right next to a checkpoint. Someone save me. I was a fan of the King Koopa haircut, Merchant says. They tried to make it suggestive of scales, right? Hey, what do you know? We're back here. Might as well give it another try since we're all the way back here. No, I thought I was gonna get it. I thought I was gonna get it. We weren't saved from this for very long, were we? Donkey Kong Country is probably a top 10 all-time game for me, Konga says. Granted, my top 10 has about 30 games. I love that. Does DKC rank above or below Ghostbusters, Konga? Definitely the most beautiful SNES game I've seen, Game and Fit says. Raffner says the OG trilogy is amazing. Some of the best for sure. That's the truth, if it's ever been told. Like an alligator snapping turtle shell, at least in my opinion. Oh, Koopa's hair? I'll have to look up that particular turtle. I'm kind of surprised. I don't think they ever made a toy of Yoshi from the Mario Brothers movie. Like they made toys from the movie. I'm surprised they didn't. I've never seen a Yoshi toy. Worry about that later. You'd only lose my mind with the terrible jumping for so long. Right? I've already put all of you good people through so much. I think that water's gonna chase me. Good question above. Ghostbusters might be the first game I ever played, Konga says. It might be the first game I ever played. It's my go-to answer for what was my first video game. Because it was probably that or Donkey Kong, and I feel like Ghostbusters is the funnier answer, so that's the one I like to give. I thought it was probably too late to go back for that bug, but I wanted it. Especially after I left that other one behind. Cool, I get a game over because of that. Hey, we still have a... Oh, I have to restart from the start.
The king has returned.
Very big turtles. Biggest one is over 220 pounds. Goodness. I love Cranky Kong and his babbling the most, Game and Fit says. Final Fantasy was my first ever game played, Serac of Lamb says. The original NES Final Fantasy. Donkey Kong was my first, then Punch-Out! Game and Fit says. I still haven't ever played Punch-Out! No Yoshi toys, please, Greg says. Not much of a Yoshi fan myself. Oh, you're missing out, Greg. Yoshi's Island is so wonderful. I haven't played much of the other Yoshi games. I've played Yoshi's Island and Yoshi's Story. Yoshi's Story, definitely not for everyone. It's a very casual game. And may feel too much like a children's game for a lot of people. But Yoshi's Island is where it's at. That game's a lot of fun. And challenging. Gotta try this a little bit every time I'm in town, especially since the 1-Up is back now. Like, trying all this... the thing is, I've already gotten it once, and I don't know why I can't get it again. whoever put this part of the game together is... They're not invited to my birthday party. I cannot be friends with this person. Fine. Fine. We'll just leave it all behind. All those collectibles that I desperately want. I want that bug and I still can't have it. Oh, cool. At least the spikes aren't a one-hit kill. There's audio of me at about 4 years old talking about how great the Ghostbusters game is, Conga says. I don't know if there exists any, like, content, if there's any home videos or anything like that of me in regards to games when I was young. I would be curious to see. If there's footage of me playing anything or talking about anything. There are no examples I can think of. It was the NES game, Sirac of Lamb says. Pac-Man Arcade, 1982. First video game, as I've said before, Greg says. Fantastic game to start with. I have a beautiful 100% complete in-box copy of Final Fantasy. I will never get rid of it, Sirac of Lamb says. Right on. Yoshi's Island's definitely one of the best platformers out there, Grafnir says. Yeah, I love it. It's definitely one of my favorite SNES games. I need that continue. I got the bug, but I'm now trapped up here. That bug is a trap. Yoshi's Story is the N64 one, yeah. I like that game, but it's, you know, it's kind of one of those games that to really get the most out of it, you've got to be willing to set your own goals and sort of challenge yourself with it. Because the game is like... A lot of the content of the game is completely optional. So you've got to be self-motivated to get the most out of Yoshi's Story. I disagree. I disagree with the vulture. It was pretending to despawn itself. Well, I'm not going to be able to get that credit now. But you can bet I'm still going to try. I did get it. I got it and I died. Yoshi story, boring. I'll have none of that. My interest in games began before 82, but it wasn't until 88, we got our first NES, that I really got into video games. But interest began in 82. Greg says, yeah, my earliest gaming memories are all sort of vague. I was kind of playing games before I was old enough to, like, form very clear memories. But when we got the NES, that very quickly became my favorite way to play video games. Guess there's no reason to waste time with... There's really no reason to waste time with either of those guys, now that I think about it. Hey, Christian Cool, thank you for the lurk. The bird does not seem fair. Oh, there's a one up there? No, what? I've got some harsh words for somebody. Greg says, the original Final Fantasy was my first Final Fantasy game. Second RPG. First was Dragon Warrior. Best Yoshi game is Mario World. I like Yoshi's Island so much more than Mario World. Mario World's good, but if I could only ever play one of them again, it would easily be Yoshi's Island. I need that one up. If that like, I don't know, thing that ripped, if that doesn't grow back, I'm in big trouble. Yeah, I fell for it was a trap and I fell for it. It got me. Cool. We got the, oh my goodness. I think if I fell down there, right there, I would be back at the start of the level. There's a third? I can't believe we beat another level. That was almost double my previous score. Wow. This is kind of cool. There's a level in one of the Mickey Mouse games that looks kind of like this. The thing is, this looks cool, but it actually, as like from a design perspective, I actually hate this level. Because we, the player, cannot see what our player character can see, and I hate when there's a disconnect between the player's knowledge and the player character's knowledge. When there's a very powerful disconnect like what we have here. Since Simba should have no problem seeing the rocks in front of him. But we have a little weird timing mini-game to deal with there. What? Why did that one trip me? The hitbox on the rocks is so much wider than the rock. This is a tough level. The victory.
Kill him.
No bonus level? Wait a minute, now we're at the level I couldn't beat. Is every level the level you couldn't beat, Game and Fit? Thank you for the trophies, Sirac of Lamb. I've fallen behind the chat. Let me catch up. That owl sound effect has been permanently carved into the deep recesses of my brain. My playthrough is not going to do much to help with that. Conga says if it wasn't Ghostbusters, it would have been something on the Atari like River Raid. I've heard River Raid is good. Master Tuesday, welcome in. Happy Tuesday to you, Tuesday. Why is Simba always staring directly upward at the sky? Welcome back, Loyal. I remember this part in the movie. It made for an impressive looking level, but it wasn't the most fun thing to play. Anga's having flashbacks to the moose. Otaku says, first video game I played was the PC version of Neversoft Spider-Man. Oh, I don't think I know anything about that one. Is it good? Never beat this game, Loyal says. How are you enjoying it? It seems like a fun game. This game is pretty janky and difficult. And now it's dropping random boulders on me. This is not a game made for streaming. I just wanted to stop and talk. I'm being punished for it. I can pause, but then we have to sit in silence. That's not as much fun. You beat it on your second try. Thank you for the GG, Sarek of Lamb. We did. Seriously, I never made it past the Stampede. With rewinding, I think I made it to this level or the one after this, Game and Fit says. You don't get to see the death of Mufasa. That was such a key part. Maybe they had to leave it out because of, like, spoilers. No, there's a pause button, but it turns off the music. I always prefer games where you can just sort of stand and be safe, you know, for the sake of the stream. So we always have the music going. Otaku says it's the best game for its time. It was released on PlayStation 1 when I was only a year old. Oh, okay. I think I might have seen the PlayStation 1 version. I've never played it. But I think I've seen a bit of what it looks like. Would be fun to check out sometime. Look at him, he's not even looking upward, he's looking straight up above him. Are you just talking about just the way that, just the character, like the way his face is tilted? I mean, I would be looking upward too if all these rocks were falling on me. Oh my goodness. There should be a button mashing section where you have to try to revive Mufasa. Oh, that would be traumatic. Sparrow says River Raid was one of the better games on the Atari in my opinion. My intro to this game was playing it at a game stand in Blockbuster Video at the time of its release. Had a 4-minute timer to switch the console off and on again to prevent loitering. By this game, do you mean River Raid or do you mean The Lion King? I had to play it properly years later over emulation where I learned how difficult it is. You must be talking about Lion King. Okay. No worries. Exploding fragmentation grenade beetles? Nature is so scary. Otaku says I would have been 2 or 3 when I played the PC version. You should check it out. I might do that at some point. I used to watch the Spider-Man cartoon when I was young. I liked that cartoon. I don't remember anything about it other than I watched it a lot. I'm doubtful as to whether or not it's something that holds up for revisiting. I remember playing the demo of that Spider-Man game. It's pretty fun, Hrafnir says. His head's tilted upward, but his pupils are pointing straight upward. I don't think his pupils are pointing straight upward. I think I see what you're seeing. I don't think that's supposed to be his pupils. I just think that his eye... Because when he looks around, his pupils settle forward. I think maybe that's supposed to be his eyebrow that you're reading as a pupil. That makes it look like he's staring straight upward. Walmart had no such timer. That's why I loitered at their stand playing Mario World and Contra 3, Konga says. I don't remember playable game displays until... The earliest playable game display I remember is Donkey Kong 64. But I actually don't even know if that was playable or if it just played the rap over and over again at our Walmart. The 1960s one or a different... Oh, no. It's a Spider-Man cartoon from the 90s. I don't think I've ever seen the 60s one. Funnily enough, there actually is a species of beetle that can create small explosions. The bombardier beetle. I might not have said that right. Nice. I do recall a few demo stands like that in big equivalent stores here in Oz. I think you'd know if there was no timer because you wouldn't be able to get anywhere. Hey, Derek Ocean, welcome in. Welcome to the Lion King. Imagine working at Walmart and listening to the DK rap 9 hours a day. That sounds like the life to me. I could hear that I was being chased by something. So the animated series, yeah, it was a Spider-Man cartoon from the 90s. You said it right, Agent Frownie, Sir Rackaflam says. I just watched Mortal Kombat Scorpion's Revenge. That was a crazy movie, Derek says. Is that a new movie? Or an older one? Hey, CJ, welcome in. Hope you're doing well. I've seen this one. It's a toughie for the SNES. But if you can beat Battletoads, you can beat this one. Thank you for the vote of confidence. I'm optimistic. I don't know that I'll beat it tonight. It might be something I've got to work on for a little while, but because it started off pretty poorly. I lost a lot of lives and credits pretty much immediately. Now, why am I like this, where I have to fight everything I come across for so long? Alright, we gotta outrun this older, but stop to roar! Things are rough. Anyone ever play the Play Choice 10? Was the arcade cabinet that lets you play a collection of NES games. I've heard that name before, Conga, but I've never seen one in real life or interacted with one.
Cool.
This is impossible. I've just got to, I've just got to tank the damage and run through that, that enemy, I think. Okay, jump over it. Nope. Oh my goodness, this is horrific. I got the new Kirby game, but I haven't launched it yet. The new Kirby game is good. I've been enjoying it so far. Derek says the movie is 2020. It was animated. Right on. So that... I was on a timer. Oh no, I just lost all of our... progress. Well, we'll take it from the top. May I say a Tony Hawk Underground 2 quote on here? I mean, I guess so, Taku. It probably won't mean much to me, but since I won't have a point of reference for it, but I guess if you want to share, go ahead. Playbox reminds me of a bootleg console I once saw, the Gamebox 5, written in the font of a Game Boy, looks like a PlayStation 5, has the controller of a Super NES. If I came across that Tuesday, I'd have to buy it. Trying to watch all the animated video game movies I haven't seen, Derek Ocean says. You should watch Donkey Kong Country, the Crystal Coconut. If you haven't seen that one. Well, that quote is certainly something. But in general, we do try to keep things a little bit more family friendly around here than that. So, I will say probably don't share anymore. Thank you for the redemptions. We'll get to all of those before we dive back in. Yeah, I know that. Well, it's kind of my fault. Like the continue screen timer is like a common thing. I should have paid attention. It's not the first time that's happened to me. What just happened? I forgot there was a countdown timer on the continue screen, Loyal, and I let it run out and lost our progress. Sorry, I'm trying to, We've all been there. Haven't heard of that one, Derek says. I hit end? Have you seen Little Nemo Adventures in Slumberland? I've not seen that movie. That is a video game related movie, but I think Derek's looking for movies based on video games and not necessarily movies that have video games based on them. Not every Tony Talk game quote has foul language. I mean, right on. It's always the game's fault. It's always bad game design. Always, Tuesday says. I saw the Angry Birds movie, Derek says. I bought the VHS tape the other day of Little Nemo for your Discord, Sir Rack of Lamb. Right on. I should check out that game sometime. Alright, so what have we got? We got all the things, right? We got the wheel, I've got some pistachios, a hydrate, which my bottle of water's in here, and invert the face cam. We'll do all those. Let me grab a bottle of water. I'll be right back with you.
Cool.
Alright, we'll try and take care of all these in order. So first, spin the wheel. Thank goodness it didn't land on that truffle sauce. That's all I wanted, was it to not land on the truffle sauce. It landed on the Fiery habanero pepper sauce. Oh, I pushed it backward. But it was on that one. I haven't sampled this. I've only sampled this one once, I think. I don't remember what it was like. It's a Marie Sharp's brand. Fiery hot, it says. Pepper sauce. Got a fancy gold label. Yeah, it landed. I rolled the truffle sauce 3 times in a row. One of everything on a single cracker for the ultimate wheel of scorching. That's not the worst idea. We'll load it on, as always, very generously. I got some on my face. Yeah, that's pretty fiery hot. Oh my. Ooh. My. Oh. Well, I'm waking up now. Oh, goodness. I can feel it in my stomach. I think I'm gonna live. Alright, and I get some pistachios. Don't know if Nemo came out before or after the same time as the movie. I have the game. When I saw the movie, I was like, hey, I have that game. I guess you're coming home with me now. I'm running low. I'm running low on pistachios. I'm going to have to remember to pick some more up, or I'll have to turn that redemption off. I did 3 things at once to distract you from the continue thing. I think it worked. It's alright. Or I guess there's no reason to stay big right now. Let me get my head out of the way. Pistachio, no. How could pistachios ever let me down? How could they ever make me say, oh no? Alright, that's 2 of them. We got a redemption. A hydrate redemption, and then turn the camera upside down for a while. guess I probably should have done the face cam before the other things because, well, would have been more interesting to eat spicy food upside down. It is what it is. I'll go you one better. The Wheel of Agony. 1 cracker, 1 serving of tomato ketchup. 20,000 points. I think more like 20 billion points, Sparrow. Or 200, rather. 200 billion. Seeing the Mario Brothers on Tuesday, Derek says. Excited for it. Right on.
It starts.
Alright, well, let's see if I lose slightly fewer lives on the second level this time. You can tell by the tone of Timon's voice that he knows exactly what torture you're submitting yourself to.
Cool.
It was quite the bonehead move to let my continue timer run down like that.
Cool.
There doesn't seem to be any point to coming into here.
Cool. 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 Cool.
I missed out on that bug before, so there's my redemption.
Everything the light touches is our kingdom.
You'll be back to a frustrating point in the game in no time. The first level's not so bad. I missed the very first bug. Roar at Monkeys. That's the name of the stage. Alright, one moment, my friends. My sinuses have been too awoken by that fiery sauce. I need to address my facial situation. I'll be back with you in a moment. Alright, I think I'm better now. Bogus. The double jump is so bogus. I didn't roar at the monkeys loud enough. It broke my double jump. Switching to Tony Hawk Underground 1 now, Otaku says. Right on.
Cool.
Fingers crossed. No! I moved so smoothly through that first part. Nano Goblin, welcome in. Happy Sunday to you. Hope you've had a great weekend, and welcome to Lion King on the Super NES. It is a nightmare. It's very difficult.
Cool.
We're back at the start because I accidentally let the timer run out on the continue screen. I lost my progress. We were on like stage 5 or something. This is the first weekend I've truly done nothing, StatCat says. Played The Legend of Dragoon for nearly 20 hours this weekend. I was just thinking about that game the other day. That's the one. That's like a 3D shooter type game. I haven't on the Dreamcast. I haven't actually played it myself, or the Saturn. No, I did the wrong thing. I'm thinking of Panzer Dragoon. I am. I think I was corrected on that. I think I was corrected on that too the other day. It might have been you I was talking with. Here's how bad my memory is. Hey, we made it through. Tony Hawk games that came after Pro Skater 4 are easy, even on the highest difficulty. Seems like, seems like the newer games get, the easier they get in general. Overall. No! I disagree. I disagree, game. There's a 1-up up there. I need to make sure I get that.
Cool.
Dwight. Victory. That vulture is a nightmare. Moving along a lot better than we did the first time. I still can't really do this part. By which I mean I can't do it at all. Hey, Chozo Brain, welcome in. So, the first playthrough, kind of. This is a game, I actually had this game as a kid. I never beat it. and I haven't touched it for like 25 years. So some of the game will be completely new to me, but all of it kind of feels new to me. So it's not a perfectly blind first playthrough, but it's kind of like one. Frownie, do you do any sports? No, I'm not. I've never really been much of a sports guy. I don't play a lot of sports, and I don't watch a lot of sports. Excuse me. I was on my school basketball team for 1 year when I was in middle school. So I did play basketball once upon a time. I wasn't any good. I used to watch boxing matches every now and then. I didn't really follow the sport, but my parents were into boxing, and I would watch matches with them when I was growing up. I think if there was a sport that I was gonna follow, like get into and follow, boxing would probably be a strong contender. But that's about it. Boxing always looks to be a lot of fun. I would probably not participate in boxing firsthand. The idea of being repeatedly punched by my opponent is not something that I think I want to sign up for. But it's fun to watch sometimes. I get you. I wasn't able to beat this. I got to a specific level and just gave up, Chozo says. I think when I was a kid that I think I was able to make it up to the first level where you play as adult Simba. But I don't know if I ever beat that level. I don't know that I got there regularly. I'm just not sure. It's hard to remember. Otaku says I did basketball, soccer, and volleyball my senior year in high school. Oh yeah, I played a lot of volleyball. That's what we did for gym class when I was in middle school. So I have played a lot of volleyball. I forgot about that until you mentioned it. I've probably played more volleyball than any other sport. Because that's all our middle school gym classes were just volleyball matches. People who beat Lion King on SNES eat a bowl of nails for breakfast and walk on a lake of fire to go to work every day, Game and Fit says. I'm sorry that your parents bought this for you when you were a kid, though. Yeah, I don't remember why I got this one. I don't recall it being one that I, like, specifically wanted. Maybe it was, I just don't remember. I feel like I was mostly indifferent to it. Like I liked it enough to, you know, to give it a try every now and then, probably, but yeah, I never stuck through. I don't remember disliking it, but I don't remember being especially interested in it either. I guess I didn't dislike any of the games I owned, though. Games were such a rare commodity, you had to like them all, right? How are you doing? I'm well, Chozo. I'm doing really well. Had a little bit of extra time today, so we did a bonus Sunday stream out of nowhere. I'll mention again while I'm thinking about it that there's normally a Monday night stream, but there's a good chance I'll have to cancel tomorrow. I won't really know until tomorrow night, so it'll be short notice, unfortunately. But I'd say there's at least a 50% chance that I'm not going to be able to make the stream tomorrow night. It's okay I lost a life, because I gotta continue. I'm a lifter myself, Game and Fit says. I lift food into my mouth. I can relate. Taku says, I'm gonna be honest though, I am currently an athlete. Right on. I mean, it would definitely be, you know, to my benefit to be involved with a, to have a little bit more athleticism in my lifestyle, but, I currently don't, participate in any sort of sports-like activities. Thankfully, the more you get punched, the less you have to think about it, Conga says. I'm a lover, not a fighter, Sparrow says. I'm currently in the process of becoming a street athlete. Right on. I hope that works out well for you. A bowl of nails without any milk, StatCat says. Sir Rack of Lamb says same. I enjoyed Aladdin more than The Lion King. Yeah, I remember liking the Aladdin game. I didn't own that one. My cousin had it. I don't remember how far we were ever able to make it when we played it as kids. But I recall really liking SNES Aladdin. And we played it on the stream, I think just once. It'd be good to throw it on again, just to revisit it. But yeah, I feel like that even like as a kid, I would have agreed that Aladdin was the better game. Oh, That 1-up wasn't there last time, and now it's there, and I can't get it because the thing is gonna break. The bouncy thing. Ugh. What a mess. Hey, we're out of here, though. Guess what sport I do? Well, you seem to be a big fan of skateboarding, so that would be my guess.
Cool.
A bowl of nails without any milk is an excellent source of iron. Can't deny that. Oh, I jumped too early. It's difficult working out the timing on the rocks. I think I should just try not jumping over them just to avoid them. Oh, you have to jump over them. No! Oh, this level is mean. I'm a beginner skateboarder right now, Taku says. I owned a skateboard for a while when I was a kid, but I never learned how to ride it. I believe it was blue and had a painting of rocket ships on the underside, if I remember correctly. I was always uncomfortable trying to balance on it. I always felt like I was going to fall over. So I never learned how to ride it properly. I was always more comfortable on a on a bicycle. It mostly just sat in my bedroom. I don't know whatever happened to it. At some point I must have gotten rid of it because I don't have it anymore. But I don't remember. Probably gave it to a friend or sold it at a yard sale or something. An excellent source of iron and tetanus. There was an X-Men game for the SNES that I had as a kid called Mutant Apocalypse. Found it a few years back. It's still just as hard as I remember, Sir Rack of Lamb says. I have a couple X-Men games, but I think they're for the Genesis. Game and Pit says favorite Switch game is probably Breath of the Wild if we're talking about exclusives. Derek says I love Super Mario Odyssey. Conga loved Aladdin on the SNES. Love to hear it. I love that game. Fell off my board the first couple of days, but I don't have as much trouble staying on it anymore. Right on. Yeah, I just didn't, I wasn't courageous enough to stick with it and learn how to balance properly, I guess.
Cool.
This is where I made it up to before, by the way. I keep getting ruined by this boulder. I think I'm missing something about how to do this part. So we've gained all of our progress back, and I haven't even had to use a continue yet. So I've already improved.
Cool.
This boulder gives me some stage 11 vibes, some Klinger Winger vibes. Those are bad vibes. Those are bad vibes. Surely it can't be that hard, right? I still skate mostly because I have a passion for skateboarding. Right on. Why am I asking Shirley? Don't call me Shirley. There's some trick to this area that I'm not discovering. It can be that hard, and don't call me Shirley, Zergling says. We're all thinking alike now. I got Odyssey and Breath of the Wild my first day owning a Switch. I liked Odyssey more, but the more I played them, Breath of the Wild grew on me after a while and took the crown, Game and Fit says. Odyssey is really good, but I think I would prefer Mario Odyssey myself without the Cappy stuff. Which is like the main gimmick of the game. It wasn't bad, but I never mastered like all of the like movement and tricks that you can do with Cappy. And I always find myself accidentally capturing enemies that I don't want to. So, like, I think I would have preferred Mario Odyssey if it were a little bit more like Mario 64 control-wise. Thought maybe if I just ducked, it would roll past me. I'd rather have the cap from Odyssey than the Yoshi
king
myself.
has returned.
There's no timer on that. Why? There's no clock on that. So I don't know why. Maybe I was out of continues. Maybe I misunderstood something. Maybe I didn't make an error. Other than choosing to play the game. There is no way to do this. Alright, look, there's got to be some way to get to that bug, right? I know that bug isn't just there for decorative purposes, so... The secret to avoiding the boulder has got to be the same as the secret to, getting to the bug. How I tried asking the bug politely. Circling said, forgot to ask what was for dinner. Had Kung Pao beef again myself. I had, well, I really am kind of having my dinner right now. Cheese and grapes. I had a banana and some cashews and a glass of milk. I basically had my breakfast for dinner, but at breakfast time I ate leftover tacos, so... Last night, Jelly and I we made some simple beef tacos for dinner, and then we ate the leftovers, like, for lunch today. Lunch/breakfast. So then I had my typical breakfast for dinner. My typical breakfast is a handful of nuts and a piece of fruit and a large glass of milk. I have that pretty much every day for breakfast. I have protein powder soup, Game & Fit says. Yummy. Am I at fault here? No, it's the game, StatCat says. Yeah, thank you for redacting the secret, Game & Fit. I'll work it out. You know, or I won't, but... It's too early to give up now. I've just begun to suffer. I have a move I didn't know I had. That's the secret. I've got a roll. I bet that's the secret. I had this roll the whole time. Oh my goodness. Huh. I wonder where that might have helped me before. It works for porcupines, but it doesn't work for lizards. The roll. Oh. Oh no? I don't know. This is a very odd game. Is there something down? There is something down there. Fruit and cheese sounds really good right about now. It's my favorite. It's some of my favorite snacks, Persephone. I always love to have cheese, just a little bowl with some small slices of cheese to nibble on, and a bowl of fruit. I've got grapes tonight, but apples or orange slices are also fine. Excuse me. My kind of cheese that I like to nibble on, it's something like Bella Vitano, I think. And I get a variety of it that's it's soaked in Merlot, so it's got this like dark purple crust that's really delicious to the outside of it. It's a pretty pricey cheese, so I only eat small amounts of it at any given time, because it is a bit expensive. But it's very tasty. I work graveyard, so my breakfast is whatever I can get my hands on. It's chaos. And I've beaten Lion King, so occasionally I have some nails without milk, Rafnir says. Right on. GG on beating this game. It's not an easy one. Yeah, it doesn't quite, at least from what I've played so far, I don't know that I would be on a hardest games of all time list or anything, but it's not simple. Cool, spikes. Nice. Those are some cool spikes. Glad I got to enjoy those.
Cool.
Checkpoint. I'm flipping them over, but I'm still getting hurt by them. No! There's nothing down there. The level design reminds me exactly of Home Improvement on the Super NES. I haven't tried that one, but I've heard that it's rather bogus. It basically reminds me of Aladdin on the Genesis. It reminds me a lot of a Genesis game. I always think of because I haven't played a whole lot of Genesis games, right? So I always tend to think of them as being games where, like, the path through the level is always very winding, and like you do a lot of going back and forth and up and down, and just kind of meandering all over the map. Like I feel like Super Nintendo games tend to be a little bit more like direct in their like go from left to right approach. And Genesis games tend to be more meandering. But it could just be the luck of the draw on what I've played so far.
If you ever come back, we'll kill ya!
New level. This should be a fun level, right? This is like upbeat, joyous part of the movie, right? If I were playing this game, I'd give up on it at some point. Probably a reasonable thing to do, Otaku. Road Rash was my favorite series on Genesis. So much fun, Game & Fit says. Can't say that I know that. Well, this definitely isn't like a bonus level situation. This is, immediately there are deadly enemies. Does this pick a path? Gross. Can I yell at the spider? No. Can I roll under it? Nope. Can't do that either. Mostly because I would be struggling and raging at this game. I'm definitely struggling. I'm definitely struggling. I'm trying to keep my rage down. Struggles can't be helped though. I'm always struggling. Road Rash was illegal street racing with motorcycles. Cops would try to knock you down, and so would the other racers. Sounds rough. No. I didn't have any problems getting up here a moment ago. I'm always struggling. Frownie's cries for help are becoming more obvious. Checkpoint, here we go. I have to go up the waterfall? Randomly generated platforms? It's Super Mario Brothers 2. That's the game I most associate with waterfalls, is Mario Brothers 2. We are getting that one up. That one up is mine. Here we go. I hear frogs. Oh, those are evil spiders. Evil spiders kind of redundant, right? I think I want this blue one, though. Yeah. Can we keep going up? Is there anything? No. That would have been a good place for a secret. I'm pretty sure these hurt me if I eat them, so I don't want to do that. This is the level I got up to. I was like, censored, this censored.
Cool.
I feel like I'm doing alright with this level for a first pass through it. No! I think games like this are made to encourage kids to go play outside. I see. There were extenuating circumstances to your difficulties. Got it. Okay. No! Oh, they put that ledge there so that I couldn't. How much health does this guy have? Wow, that was rough. Going to sleep now. Good night. Good night, Otaku. Thank you for being here. Thank you for keeping us company and chatting with us. I hope that you have a wonderful rest. And I wish you the best of luck with your skateboarding endeavors. Gonna grab some food, Raffner says. Be back later if you're still up. We'll be around a while yet. We'll go, probably go at least 2 more hours. We are adult Simba now. I think this is the furthest I've ever made it. I mean, I think I've tied my PB from childhood, though, I mean, I don't really remember, so... I don't remember Simba killing a big ape in the movie. Must be a scene from the director's cut. Some games are easier when you partake in mind-altering substances. Some are a nightmare. Oh, nice. We've got a raid coming in. Take this moment, enjoy another piece of cheese, and we will welcome in our raiders. Angelus, welcome to the stream. Thank you for the raid. Always a pleasure to have you with us. Welcome to the Lion King on Super NES. Welcome to your friends. Tell us all about your stream, my friend. What were you doing tonight? How did it go for you? Angel says playing some Mega Man Maker levels. It went well, right on. We have another raid coming in. A double raid. Very nice. Zinchan, thank you for the raid. Thank you for the good luck wishes. I need it, Zinchan. This is a tough game, my friend. We just had Angelus come in with a raid, and now we've got Zinchan. Tell us, my good friend, how's your night been? What were you playing? Chrono Trigger. Now that's not a first playthrough, right? I imagine that you're something of a Chrono Trigger expert. Was never able to beat Lion King on the Genesis. Always got stuck on one level. I've never beaten the Super NES version. I think I had this game when I was a kid. I never beat it. I didn't play it a whole lot. Like, I don't really remember what my feelings of it were. Whether I liked it or disliked it, I can't really tell you. I feel like I was pretty neutral toward it. I think I was able to make it up to this point, where you're adult Simba. But I don't know if I probably never cleared this stage. It is a first playthrough. You've never done Chrono Trigger before. Well, right on. I hope you're enjoying it. I've heard it's great. I've heard it was great. I think I have the Genesis Lion King. I don't know if it's really similar to this one or not. I'm actually gonna take a look and see if I have it. HIJKL Legends, probably on this page. Yeah, back a page. Legend. A lot of Legend of Zelda games. Lego Lemmings, Life Force, Lion King. Oh no, I don't see the Genesis one. Maybe I only have it. Maybe I only have the Super NES one. I thought I had the Genesis one too, though. I guess I'm wrong. I was checking to make sure it wasn't under Disney. Like Disney's The Lion King. Huh. I could have sworn I had that. I had this for the Genesis. Oh well, I don't. Angel said never made it past the elephant graveyard in this game. It's a pretty rough level. Pretty rough level, that one. St. John says got a little farther than this level when I got stuck. Chrono Trigger's really good. Slept on it for way too long. I'm glad you're finally making the time for it. Better off playing the Genesis one if you have a 6-button controller. Maybe hold off on that, Chozo Brain, because I might actually take a look at the Genesis one, and so maybe I should hold off on that information so I could discover it firsthand. I think I'll I'm gonna double check. I'm gonna double check that I don't have the Genesis one, and if I do, I'm gonna play it. I don't have it in my inventory, but I feel like I remember having it. Lost all your lives on the stage. Yeah, the stage before the Elephant Graveyard, the Can't Wait to Be King stage is nightmarish. Played Chrono Trigger the first time 4 or 5 years ago, StatCat says. Glad I waited well into being an adult to play it, so I wasn't clouded by tinted glasses. Genesis one has cleaner graphics. We shall see. Yeah, the Can't Wait to Be King level is kind of nightmarishly jank. Oh. I thought maybe I was supposed to push this boulder. I think my audio is desynced. I'm gonna fix that. Yeah. It's basically the same game on the Genesis, just one difference pretty much. You know what? Go ahead, Chozo. Then let me tell me about the 6-button controller. Why do you need to have it? I guess because there's a bogus assignment for the 3-button. But I'll listen to your fact. I've changed my mind. If you don't have an extra loose copy, I could send your way. Thank you for the offer, Sir Rack of Lamb. I appreciate it. Let's not make any immediate plans, but I will keep that in mind. Better hitboxes? Oh. So the Super NES one is the one I want to be playing then, since it's the more jank version. We don't want to, I don't want to be taking it easy on myself. It's a good thing I'm playing the worst version. What a rude enemy. What's your favorite game where you play as a lion, Mile Hyrule asks? I mean, in a way, you know, like, look at my luxurious mane, Mile Hyrule. I kind of play as a lion every time I play a game, right? Brownie's not ready to accept stuff like that yet. Yeah, I don't really have a mechanism for, you know, for having people, like, send me physical things or lend me games. Because I don't have a P.O. box or anything like that. And, it's come up a few times. Like, people have offered to send me things, and at some point we might open up something like that. But for now I'm pretty good. These enemies are spawning infinitely. I'm doing something wrong here. Can I not climb? Okay, good. Perfect. That guy out of here. What? That was bizarre. GG, Agent Lion. World of Warcraft Druid. For the life of me, I can't recognize what song from the movie this is referencing. Maybe it's an original compilation. Or an original composition. Maybe. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. I don't know the soundtrack that well, especially like the more like instrumental parts of it. Like, I know sort of the hit songs, but oh, I thought I was supposed to ride that. Necro Monkey. You can see about using general delivery, yeah, and that might be something to look into. There was a Lion King 2. There's a Lion King 2, and there's a Lion King 1.5 as well. I think I've seen the Lion King 2. I haven't seen the 1.5 movie. Oh, there's a thing up there. Oh, that's a continue, and I missed it. I had to get that while the boulder was still up, I think. Oh, that's... I'm sad about that. Yeah. Yet to see 1.5. There's 3 Aladdins there are. I've seen all of those too. I've probably actually seen The Return of Jafar more than I've seen the original Aladdin. Though even then, I can't say that I remember it especially well. It looks like I'm gonna outrun another boulder. The King of Thieves is probably my favorite of the Aladdin movies, Chozo says. There was a prequel called Tiger King, Mile Hyrule says, but I was confused by it. Might be Can You Feel the Love Tonight, but they weren't able to get the license for it. There's a little bit of the song that kind of sounds like a crossover with Under the Sea from The Little Mermaid, Sirach of Lamb says. I'm a vanilla guy, Game and Fit says. The original is usually the best one, in my opinion. I tend to agree. I tend to agree that the originals being the best ones. The reason I saw The Return of Jafar, most of them, isn't because I liked it the best, it's because it's the only one we had. Oh, I ran right into that enemy. I think John Rhys Davies did the voice of Aladdin's father in the King of Thieves movie. Interesting, I couldn't tell you. Arkanoid Addict, welcome in. Happy Sunday to you. I hope you're well. Welcome to the Lion King. Welcome in Dynamite. And so, Frownie, it's goodbye. The line from the Good, the Bad, and the Ugly. I have not actually seen that film. I disagree with that, Boulder. I was trying to get the continue. That was it looked dumb what I was doing, but it made sense in my head. There's a continue up there, but I don't know how to get to it yet. I'm from the future, Monday for me. Happy Monday to you. Hopefully our week's getting off to a good start. You only have one movement speed in this game, really. There's no run button. You just automatically run, walk. It's the same thing. But I keep thinking it's gonna be double tap to run. I keep double tapping every time I want to move. Basically every time I move, I double tap all my directions. Unnecessarily so. Yeah, you're VOD, Arkanoid Addict. That was the first time I'd ever seen the PAL version of Silius. I kind of scrubbed around through it looking for other differences, and they may exist, but there were none that I didn't notice any other differences.
You must take your place in the circle of life.
What? None of those, none of the iconic, "You are my son, and the one true king," something like that. I say it's iconic, and I don't even remember the quote. Yes, Darth Vader. Goodness, that's a scary level. This looks like this reminds me of Bartman meets Radioactive Man. There's like an underground level that like it has geysers and drips. I think it has drips. I can't believe the Lion King stole from Bartman. No. 16-bit captured cartoons and animated movies, the best. More powerful systems didn't improve the genre, Dynamite says. I'm trying to think if there are any games based on animated movies that I've played that are newer than 16-bit. I can't. I mean, we played we played some Scooby-Doo and Powerpuff Girls games. They didn't really. Powerpuff Girls one looked alright. The Scooby-Doo one didn't really look very good. Monster House. Yeah, we did Monster House. That looked alright. But that's computer generated though, right? So
The
that's
king
not.
has returned.
I don't know if I would lump that in the same category as like hand-drawn animation styles. Which, I mean, I guess, like, Powerpuff Girls is probably, like, flash animated. So maybe that shouldn't count either. It looks more like hand-drawn, though. Hercules on the PlayStation 1 is a good game. Unfortunately for me, I only know the television show Hercules game on the N64, which is a game I almost really liked. I started off really liking that game, and it went downhill. Headed to bed, Sir Rackablam says. Have a great night/morning, everyone. You as well, Sir Rackablam. Thank you again for your fine company, my friend. I hope you sleep well. Have a wonderful tomorrow. Hopefully I'll see you tomorrow night. But if not, then hopefully Tuesday at the latest. Be well, my friend. Stepped away for a minute. Not feeling too good. I'm sorry to hear that, Zinchon. I hope you're not coming down with anything serious. And no worries, you know. You're welcome to perfectly welcome to drift in and out as you so need or so choose. The PS1 game is mostly a 2D platformer, solid game. Apparently this level is from a deleted scene in the movie. I didn't remember a scene where Simba traveled down into hell on his way back to on his way back from the jungle. Hope not either. Just seems to be an on and off headache. Certainly wish you the best pulling through it, my friend. That thing right there is gonna fall when I stand on it? No? This one is? No? Uh-oh. Oh, hang on. Oh, I see. I don't like this. You died. Get up. You gotta get up. I disagree. I'm back at the start of the stage. game is rough. It's kind of mean sometimes. You beat Battletoads, though you can beat this. Thank you for the vote of confidence. I've been reminded of that a couple times tonight. I guess that is kind of true. That is the way I should look at all games now, right? After Battletoads, nothing should ever scare me again. And yet... Scar killed Mufasa, I mean Frownie. Oh, I found a secret. Hey! That's cool. Secret room. Mufrown's avatar win. I thought about asking Jelly if she could make a lion Frownie for me. But she was working on her next Mega Man video, so I didn't want to interrupt her. She hasn't had a lot of time to work on him lately. Not only Battletoads, but Castlevania Adventure, Haunted Castle, Ghosts and Goblins. Just name a few of the hard games you completed. Thank you, Greg. This should be easy in contrast, I think. Yeah, this is not brutally difficult. It's not super easy, but it's not a... Look at all that good stuff! But I would have missed out on the checkpoint, so... Maybe I'm better off not getting it. Oh my goodness, I'm doing so much worse. That's good to hear too, Sparrow says. I'll try and remember to let her know that you're looking forward to it, Sparrow. She tries to make videos as often as she can, but you know, like all of us, she doesn't always have the free time that she'd like. Yeah, the 1-ups don't tend to respawn. The 1-ups work kind of strangely. How was I supposed to know? How was I supposed to know there was gonna be a boulder chasing me? The jank is strong with this one. They're always a good laugh, you know. I'm a fan of Jelly's work. No, Jelly doesn't stream. She doesn't want to do anything live. She just does pre-recorded stuff for YouTube. It'd be awkward if you weren't a fan, Persephone says. Well, you know, I could just like not encourage her to do it, right? I wouldn't have to be an anti-fan. I would just I could just be like, "Oh yeah, that's great. What about that other thing that you're going to spend your time on doing?" Just like me, Greg says. Yeah. Yeah, she just does the pre-recorded stuff. I played Breath of the Wild for 12 hours today. That's a lot of time to put into a game that you hate, Mile Hyrule. You put in 35 this week. Streaming is exhausting. I don't know how people do it regularly, Konga says. I mean, it's kind of like anything. If you do it, you build up a stamina for it. You know, if you look in like the VOD archive at like my earlier streams, they're all pretty short. Or they're a lot shorter. Like my first couple streams weren't even 2 hours long. I think the third one was 5 hours, though. But then a lot of them were like, a lot of my earlier streams were like 3 to 4 hours, and not like the massive ones that I do now. I had a lot of anxiety when I, oh, the wheel, nice. Thank you for that. Thank you, Persephone. Sorry, I overlooked that. Thank you, Mile Hyrule, for not letting me get away with ignoring that. Fighting monsters while trying to stay on the platform, never not frustrating, Angela says. I know. Should play Breath of the Wild one more time before Tears comes out, Greg says. And Mile Hyrule says, yeah, it's a lot of time to spend with a game you hate. I'm beginning to despise cutscenes and dialogues in video games. Game and Fit says, you are awakening, Game and Fit. You're seeing the truth. Anytime playing a game that is not devoted to gameplay is time wasted. This is your 4th playthrough? My goodness, I'm gonna 100% blind for Tears of the Kingdom. Wondering how they're going to handle having the same map and make it feel different. Hopefully they pull it off. Been waiting all night to get the last few points. Alright, hopefully it's a good one. Let's give it a good spin. Diablo, that's the chocolate. Alright, not really a very spicy item, but something I'm happy for it to land on. The Diablo dark chocolate bar packaging looks like this. It's got chipotle peppers, red chilies, and habanero peppers. And I'm just gonna try and break off a generous piece. Yeah. Looks like they're both about the same size. It's a very generous piece. This is actually the next to last piece, too. The chocolate's almost gone. I'll have to find something to replace it with. I'm really enjoying it tonight. It tastes better than I remember. It's a little spicy. It's got a mild burn to it. Spicy chocolate sacrilege. Eating chocolate before bed. I do the same every night, Dynamite says. What's wrong with a bite of chocolate before bed? I guess it's bad for your teeth, but I do have opportunity to brush yet. So I'll be alright. How can they do that to chocolate? It's good, it's good. Tasty, CJ says. Feed me. I like that emote. Who was your friend before he died and became a skeleton? Isaac? Isaac was born a skeleton. He's been like this at least as long as I've known him. Breath of the Wild feels like a half-made Zelda game. It's a tech demo. No passion went into it. Harsh. It's not my fault. He held on to the ledge. I'm being mistreated. Oh, but we were talking. There was a comment about like streaming being exhausting and like, yeah, a lot of my streams are really short, and I had tremendous anxiety when I started the stream, which I do a lot of like, I've had a lot of work that's involved a lot of public speaking, so I'm not it. You would think that I would not have difficulties with it, but like when I first started doing the stream, like when I was like preparing to go live, I would pace around my house just filled with anxiety. And like sometimes it would be so bad that that it would make me like feel like I would have to throw up. Like I would start to dry heave sometimes because I was so overwhelmed with anxiety about starting up the stream. Best Zelda in my book, CJ says, was Wind Waker. I want to play the Wind Waker again. My favorite is Ocarina of Time, Mile Hyrule says. Don't like open world games, Mile Hyrule. I like the Wind Waker. CJ says best advice when it comes to streaming or making content is to be yourself and lessen the anxiety. Yeah, I can't even explain like what I was so anxious about. But I would feel terribly anxious. Breath of the Wild rewards the exploration and creativity, Game & Fit says. If you can think it up, chances are it can be done in that game. I mean, there's at least 5 ways to get apples off of a tree that I can think of. 6, actually. Stop grabbing the ledges. Stop grabbing the ledges. Boulder felt like Battletoads. I don't know what's below me over here. No! Today I could not find the second ball in the Noborus Beast, so I dropped all my swords and made a long line to connect the electricity to open a door. I think stuff like that is poor game design, and that's shocking to me that you could say that, Mile High Roll. Because to me, that's like a description of top tier game design. When you have a problem and you're able to solve it in a creative way like that, that's amazing. It's amazing to me that you did that. Glad I kept most of my retro games. CJ says I bought Valkyrie Profile for PlayStation 1, complete in box, brand new for $18 at Walmart. Now it's like $300. I'm going crazy. Don't try playing Hollow Knight on the Switch in handheld. It's brutal. Yeah, I never play the Switch outside of the dock. That's got to be a strong contender for the most rude bat in all of video games. I know there are a lot of rude bats in a lot of games, but... And I'm sure that there's worse ones, but that one's got to rank pretty high on the list regardless. It's very convenient that that one up is one that actually respawns, it seems. Frownie's all about secret meats and rude bats. I guess that does come up pretty often, right? Oh, that time I was prepared for it, so it didn't do anything. You know what? I'm just gonna leave those enemies behind. Hell. Checkpoint! Oh, boy. Checkpoint means there's more level left. Yuck. I thought I had to be near the end of this one. It's the first I heard of the Rude Bats, but I liked the idea of a Rude Bats channel. I think that's a descriptor that I actually picked up from cows, calling enemies in games rude. I think that's something that that I started saying because cows says it. Pro Controller is brutal on the shrines that require you to rotate the floor. Oh yeah, yeah. I still play them like that. Welcome in, King Omega Wolf. Pleasure to have you with us tonight. Thank you for stopping in. And I'm doing well. I'm doing pretty well. I'm trying to beat this game. I've never beat it before. I'm further than I think I've ever been in my life. So that's cool. It's a struggle though. The game is a little broken and janky sometimes, but I'm generally having fun. Hopefully you're having a good time tonight. Thrifty and we'll welcome in Thrifty. Thank you for the sub, for the resub. For the 4 months, Thrifty. It's very very kind of you. Thank you for the support, my friend. I hope you're well. I hope you've had a great weekend. You severely inconvenienced me by attempting to kill me. Rude. I'm new to Twitch. Well, welcome in. Twitch can be a lot of fun. A lot of opportunities to make some good friends and enjoy some great games from years gone by. And some not so great ones. I don't know what's going on in this part. Hollow Knight's on the list, along with Axiom Verge, Greg says. I have a copy of Axiom Verge, but haven't ever played it yet. I have it digitally on the Switch. don't fully understand what's happening here. This part's a little rocky, Game and Fit says. Well done. Very well done. I think it's just survival. I think I'm just supposed to... I mean, not that I can do it very well, but I think the idea is I'm just supposed to hang out and, if the rocks don't kill me. Like, I don't think there's anything I'm supposed to do except just survive. Definitely easier said than done. I've solved the mystery of it. Nope, I haven't. I thought I had. Rude rocks. I was right. It was just wait. It was just waiting. But then I died at the very end when the thing happened. We have to do the whole stage again. Life is difficult. Life is difficult right now. I am kind of following along with the chat, by the way. I'm just not... I haven't been reading it out much because I don't have anything to add. I'm not ignoring everybody, though. It probably seems like it. You survived falling rocks for 30 minutes, and then Mufasa says, "You truly are my son. You may pass." He wasn't sure. He had to test us. He hasn't seen us in a very long time. We don't quite look like he remembers. I can't take any more video game recommendations. The list is too long, Mile Hyrule says. I can relate to that. I like hearing recommendations, but there's not a lot of chance of me getting around to anything that's recommended to me for a very long time. For the sake of science, we need to do it down here. Well, science was a mistake because that means we didn't get a checkpoint. You can't have more than 8 lives. Your lives cap at 8. I just noticed that. Oh, that's horrible. Why do they cap at 8? Why don't they cap at 9? The 1-ups despawn. Oh, the 1-ups despawn. When you have 8 lives, 1-ups don't spawn anymore. Oh, wow. That's how they keep the, that's how they maintain the cap. I thought it was weird. I thought it was weird that sometimes 1-ups were gone and sometimes they were back. It all depends on how many lives you have. Oh, that's bizarre. Myra says, I'm going to play Cuphead after Breath of the Wild? Oh, right. That'll be good fun. Are you gonna go for all S ratings, Smile Hyrule? 100% perfect score Cuphead run? No. I haven't gotten any S ratings. I haven't gotten any S ratings in Cuphead. I've only gotten the A pluses. I'm thinking I will go for the S ratings at some point. I think it'd be fun to go back to it and try to get all the S's. But I don't know when we'll make time for it. I'm not a madman. You're gonna go for every boss, though? Right on. I mean, you have to. At the bare minimum, you have to clear all the bosses, right? Even if you don't care about your rankings, you have to do every stage. Cuphead looks brutal. Greg says, "You're not wrong. You're not wrong." It's fun though. Cuphead's a really good kind of brutal. It's a satisfying type of game that like rewards your like hard work. When you fail, it's, you know, it's not because the game cheated you, it's because you messed up. And it's just every failure is an opportunity to get better. You got the physical version, which has the DLC. Oh, right on. I haven't done the DLC yet. My thought was maybe we would try to get the S ranks and then play the DLC. I don't know. I don't want to commit to anything regarding it. I know I do want to spend more time with Cuphead, but what form that takes is gonna have to kind of remain to be seen, I think. No! Ah, we were there. You can get that one up just by jumping? I thought you had to do the ledge swing, otherwise I would have picked it up last time. I didn't know I didn't have to swing. Cuphead becomes mind-numbing for me. 99 attempts, finally beat the boss. And the satisfaction I get is, oh, I think they died. That's what I like about Dark Souls. Yeah, Cuphead and Dark Souls have a lot in common, I think. Thanks for the raid on Saturday. No problem, Angelus. I was happy to catch you still streaming. I wish I don't know what was up with the chat. Like, I wish we could have chatted with you, but the messages weren't coming through or something. But it was good to, you know, to be able to see you for a while. Relive a little bit of Silent Hill too. Although the feeling of dying over and over and winning because I feel like I got better, Mile Hyrule says. That's what it's all about. Overcoming challenges, right? No! Dark Souls does that perfectly. It usually does. It's maybe a little less perfectly when you play as badly as I play. I don't like that level. That level was a bad time. Simba's return. I missed when you killed Seath. How long did that take you? Seath was pretty easy, Mile High Rule. It only took a couple tries. I just tucked myself into a polygon seam and cheesed him with arrows. He really never stood a chance. Oh no, is this a... Oh no, it's a maze level. Oh no. You knew right away to destroy his healing crystal? No, No, I went... When he was up in the, like, top of the building, I went there a couple times. But, like, I think I tried to fight him, like, 3 or 4 times when he was up in the top of the building. But, like, it was pretty clear to me that he was invincible for some reason. And I think a character said something to me about him having a secret or something like that. I don't remember exactly. But since he was invincible, I explored elsewhere and just, like, kind of happened upon his crystal. I thought that I had to, that the secret was I had to activate the gramophone in the archive. I remember that. I thought I had to turn on the gramophone and fight him while the gramophone was playing its music to make him vulnerable. And I think I tried that, and when that didn't work, then I was like, oh, well, I'll just go look around elsewhere. And I found the cave and found his crystal down there. And then after that, you know, after I smashed his crystal, then he was super easy. But I don't like. I made a couple attempts to fight him when he was still up in that room, and I didn't understand it yet. But I don't feel like I don't feel like I wasted a whole lot of time on that. I think I wasted a lot more time on a lot more pointless things throughout my playthrough. There was a secret bug over there. All the games they made post Dark Souls are fantastic. Never finished Sekiro though. That game broke me. Streaming Fist was talking about Sekiro earlier and doing a no death run. Maybe that's what you need to do, Mile Hyrule. You need to train for a no-death run in that one, and show it who's boss. You know someone who does no damage runs in Dark Souls? My goodness. It's too much. It's wild. This is also just like Bartman meets Radioactive Man. One of the late stages in that game is a maze just like this where you go through doors, and oh my goodness. This game is Bartman. The Lion King is Bartman. It's the same game. You know, it's just different in a whole lot of ways. But aside from all the ways it's different, it's the same. I bet there's a no damage run of this game. Probably. I'm sure it's much easier to pull off. probably doesn't feel quite so worthwhile, though. Some of the things people do in games are crazy. I mean, you know, I like doing an interesting challenge, you know, myself from time to time, but mine are all pretty tame compared to some of the stuff people get up to. Oh, I think I'm gonna grind. I'm thinking about grinding for another deathless run of Super Ghouls and Ghosts, with the stipulation of all treasure chests being mandatory. I'm gonna say I'm required to open and collect every treasure chest. So it'll be a lot like our other deathless run, but I'm gonna have to use like every bogus weapon the game gives me. I think that'll be a lot harder to pull off, because I'm pretty used to playing through the game and, like, you know, using the knife and the dragon magic. Like, I've got a solid handle on that. So I think a version of the run where I have to use all the garbage, I think that'll be fun. It'll be tough. It's gonna take me a long time to pull off, because I'm gonna have to get decent with some pretty horrible weapons. It'll be fun. It'll be a nightmare. Yeah, I think we'll do that. I think that'll be a fun challenge. I've done casual, you know, all chest runs before. I'm gonna have to double check where all the chests are to prepare for that one, though, because there's 2 or 3 chests that I kind of always forget about them. Victory. Pride Rock. Here we go. Whoa! I think we're at the end. Sometimes when I slap him, he gets, like, kind of silly. I think Oh, he's gone. Hey, I mean, like, all right, we won phase 1, I think. When I played Dark Souls on stream, I did point redemptions, so someone could redeem use no Estus or do not roll for the next 20 minutes. That was fun. That sounds like a good idea for something to do when you're a lot more pro at that game than I am. I had it left on when I was playing Grand Theft Auto, and someone redeemed it and said I couldn't use cars for the next 20 minutes. Oh, that's good. Infinite Skyline, welcome in. Happy Sunday to you. Ooh. Some scary lightning. Oh. Aw. I don't need that bug. Besides Madden, Dark Souls is probably my most played game. I'm good, but not anywhere near as good as some people on the internet. Well, I mean, there's probably always going to be someone out there, like, you know. Unless you have a game where that game is like your primary like focus in life, then there's pretty much always going to be someone out there who's got you beat, I think. What were the point of those enemies? I'm not sure which enemies we're talking. Just to be in my way. I think their point was to slow me down. I just got into an argument with some other cat about video games. I can go up here? What do you think is up here? Oh, there's health up there. Interesting. No. They got me. Was number 1 on the Hitman Blood Money leaderboard for Xbox 360. What's your favorite Hitman game? Did you seriously just beat the game in one night, Frownie? You're gonna make me quit playing video games? Well, I haven't beat the game yet. Game and Fit. Don't worry. Don't worry. I haven't, you know. It might not happen. It was a lion, a cat, or a dog. Lions or cats, I do believe. Oh! I wasn't ready for that move. Despite everything he says, Frownie is actually really good at games. That's a laugh. I need to grind the NES games and stop playing these baby games. Need to turn from a kitten into a tiger. I'll start with Donkey Kong Jr. Math. Seems like my kind of difficulty. Never played that one. Color a dinosaur. Oh, nice. Hey, Abraxas, thank you for the raid. Welcome in. Welcome to your friends. We're playing some Lion King. Maybe I should get off of this ledge. That seemed kind of perilous. Let me see. I think it's safe to stand here. Welcome in. Tell us, what were you doing tonight? How did your stream go? Give us the details. Trying to type a shout out for you. Using my dumb hand. Hopefully I typed it right. Playing Soma Spirits? Rebalance. I have no idea what that is. I welcome an education. I'm going to give you a follow. I don't think I've ever had the opportunity to check out your page. Casual playthroughs of classic and indie games. Let's check out some hacks and homebrews along the way. Maybe even throw in some speed runs. Feel free to drop some game suggestions. Well, you know I always suggest everyone to play through Super Ghouls and Ghosts if you haven't. There's nothing like a proper true ending 2-loop playthrough of my favorite game. Slowly making my way through a huge list of games I bought from Itch a few years ago. I'm not entirely sure either. Didn't get far into it. It's a very strange RPG. Haven't looked into that one, but I'll check it out. What system? That's on the Super Nintendo. It's brutal if you've never tried it before. It's one of the most difficult retro games ever made. So you know, go into it prepared. It's worse than the NES game. It's worse than the NES game. Not moment to moment. I think moment to moment the NES game is actually harder than Super Ghouls and Ghosts. But the final challenge in Super Ghouls and Ghosts is way harder than anything in almost every game. Gotta get a SNES ever try. I like the idea of a project working through a whole bunch of like you know, strange and interesting like indie type games. I do admire that kind of project. I mean, I guess he's just got a ton of health, because I mean, it seems like I could just stand on top of him forever. Just doing this. He's not really that hard to fight. Slowly make Infinite Skyline, so that's like me. I'm slowly making my way through a list of games for the masses. I do it all for you. I feel like there's got to be something else. I wonder if I can throw him off the edge. That would be awesome. Maybe back him up off the edge. Trick him into jumping off the edge. Uh-oh, I'm in trouble. No, I want to go up there and get that health. It's a wild mix of stuff. The bundle itself was a mix of computer games, tabletop game books, assets, etc. I went through that and picked out the ones that looked unique or interesting, then realized itch didn't have a way to export that to CSV. So I whipped up a quick user script to export collections to CSVs, imported the CSV to my SQL database, and now I can get my bot to tell me what to play next. I didn't follow what some of that means, but I get the, I think I understand the outcome. Gotta get to bed, sorry to raid and run, no worries, no worries, almost 5 a.m. It's going on 4 a.m. for me, so no worries at all. I appreciate the raid, thank you for stopping in, thank you for bringing your people by. We will do our best to take good care of them. Oop. The victory. I couldn't throw him off the edge. I guess I was just supposed to beat him up. I don't know. No. What? Oh. I don't like this. No. There's a lot of slowdown here. Before, well, what about before Star Wars? I think I misunderstood something. I missed something. Oh, dead. Hey, Lightbane, welcome in. I hope you are well. You had Agent Frownie as a lion. There's a lot of, like, this game is very visually impressive. It's a really good looking game. And, I mean, it sounds great. It's kind of janky in the gameplay department, though. It's not without its flaws. Swipe them down. I'm trying to get us a victory here. I don't really know what I'm doing. I think there should be, I feel like there should be more to fighting this guy than just standing on top of him and swiping like I'm doing, but I might be wrong. It might really just be stand on top of him and mash the button until he goes away. Disney, of all companies, showed the cartoon animations translated to the 16-bit era of computer graphics with great ease. Hey, Sark, welcome in. Welcome in, Sarconius. How are you doing? Just in time for a cat fight. That's all we've got going on. I don't know. I don't really know what I'm doing, but it's kind of working, so we're getting there. Hey, Bort Jams, welcome in. Good to see you. Not too bad. How's it going? Nothing to complain about. I'm feeling pretty good. It's had kind of a slow weekend. Waiting for the snow to finish melting and spring to finally, like, properly finish making its way in. I've got big ambitions of yard work this spring and summer. But we're not quite there yet. The ground is still pretty frozen. If this isn't what actually defeats him, you're absolutely making him pay for what he did. He may not be defeated yet, but he's certainly not happy. I'm definitely giving him a bad day. I got a Cud Rabbit Ears Error $1 Australian coin today from the change I got from the Fruit Loops I purchased today at my local Kohl's from the self-checkout. I'm not exactly... I don't know that I know exactly what that is, but an error coin is always pretty exciting. I think you were talking about another misprinted coin not that long ago. You seem to have a lot of luck with finding those. Whenever I go online and think, help, I need retro. My health is real low now. I guess I shouldn't mess around. It's when there's a blob of metal behind the kangaroo on the coin, which is where the term rabbit ears comes from. I thought you were talking X-Men, the Blob. Nothing beats the Blob. There's some trick to this that I don't understand. There's gotta be some trick to it that I don't understand. Because I've been smacking this guy for an hour. My health is so low. I'm real scared. That's what I have to do. I don't know how I did it, though. I gotta throw him off the edge. No, he got me. Welcome in, Belial Hedgehog. Pleasure to have you with us. There he is. All right, please, thank you. Please don't fill me in, though. Even when I'm confused and suffering, I like to figure everything out the hard way. But very grateful to have you with us. Thank you for joining us. I hope you are well. Hey, we've got some raiders coming in. Rad! Welcome in. Thank you for the raid, my friend. How'd your stream go? How are things? Shorty Straw, welcome in. Thank you for coming along. Are you at the final boss? I think I am, Rad. I think this is the end. Unless they added something like that doesn't exist in the movie, then I think I think the battle with Scar has got to be it. I've been here for a little while. It's it's a little tough. It's a little tough. Smash this goofball. He's an old man now. Smite him. I'm doing my best. What were you? That's right. You were playing Bloodborne. How's that been treating you? I'm a long way off from making my way to Bloodborne. I think it looks cool. I've seen a little bit of like what the game looks like. It's got kind of a Victorian, like a steampunk Lovecraft kind of style to it. I think it looks really good. The game is possibly the funnest game to play in a really long time. Like, physically, it's fun to play. Nice. Bloodborne's my favorite Souls game at the moment, Game and Fit says. Irad agrees. I've only done the first Dark Souls game so far. I'd like to do them all. So can you believe that? I do believe that Bloodborne is in my future. But it's probably a ways off for me. Frownie becomes an overnight success. The best drama since Friends. No. Bloodborne's the best FromSoft game, Thrifty says. I hear so many good things about so many of them, I hardly know which one to look most forward to. Hey, Rad, we'd love to have you in the Discord. Sparrow, if you're available, my friend, could you whisper a Discord invite to Rad? 2 is the lowest point, I think. I kind of hear that sometimes. So the thing about that though is I've had people come into the chat that have told me they hate 2, and I've had people tell me 2 is their favorite. So thank you, Sparrow. We have another raid coming in. Big Evil. We've had like 3 raids back to back to back. We are very fortunate tonight. Welcome in, Big Evil Gaming. Welcome to your friends. Where be the valuables? Do you accept payment in the form of insects? Because that's really all I've been collecting tonight. 2 felt like it was not well thought out, Rad says. It was still fun enough to complete. Even their lowest is still a huge high. Someone told me that Dark Souls 2 is like the best fan game ever made. I need a command that asks Sparrow to DM people for me, Conga says. Depends on the insect. How you doing tonight? I'm doing well. I'm doing well. I've been working on Lion King here. I've never beaten this game before, and I think we're up to the last stage now. So, like, victory is maybe within our grasp. I don't know. I'm blundering pretty badly at the moment. I've kind of figured out what I need to do, though, I think. So, fingers crossed. We might make it through this. I don't have a lot of lives left at the moment, but I think I've got a couple credits left yet, so the situation is not as dire as my life counter would make it appear at the moment. 2 has an amazing environment, but the gameplay feels pretty different from the rest of the series. The director's actually working on Bloodborne, part of his team working on 2 independently. It really is, Big Evil says, considering the fact that I went from Bloodborne to Dark Souls 1, now to Dark Souls 2. With my final breath, I will say, Agent Frownie, Retro, and I know my final request will be honored. Uh-oh. No, I can't. Oh, okay, there we go. Goodness. I thought it wasn't gonna let me grab the ledge because I thought maybe I was only allowed to grab the ledge while the boss was still active. I can't afford health loss. Alright, so basically I've got to administer a beatdown to this guy and then figure out how to flip him off the edge, is what I think I've gathered. The thing is, I don't actually understand how any of these, like, moves work. Like, what it is that makes me, like, pounce on him like that. And, like, I don't actually know how to flip him. Oh, okay. That's what I needed to do, but closer to the ledge, I think. I don't know how I did. I don't know how I'm doing anything I'm doing. It feels random. Victory! Get that guy out of here. So long, chum. Agent Frownie wins again. Thank you for the trophies. Thank you, thank you. Easy peasy. Welcome in losses. Pleasure to have you here. Thank you, Thrifty. Thank you, Sparrow, for the trophies. Let me thank you for the GGs. Angelus, Game and Fit, Big Evil. Jurassic Park vibes, Infinite Skyline says. I assume this is credits? There's not much happening here. I guess we're supposed to be enjoying the music. Hey, thank you for the hydrate, Belial.
Everything the light touches is our kingdom.
Alright, there we go, there we go. As a reward, look at how majestic Simba is. Circle of Life. There was a point just after the raid where you were thwacking him in perfect time with the music. I greatly regret not clipping it now, Sparrow says. Alright, let me catch up. I didn't read the chat for a little while. Let me just make sure I didn't miss anything. Who are we flipping off? It's like they expect you to do the Konami code or something. When you try and own 2 male cats simulator. I have 3 cats, Imminent Skyline, 2 males and a female. You're not wrong. You're not wrong. My cats do behave quite like that. Yeah, just get back to the edge. Nothing wrong going on here. Now I just have to beat Robo-Scar and you've won, Conga says. I gotta do it again on hard mode to get the true ending. Congrats, Frownie, Angela says. Good night, everyone. Be back tomorrow. Thank you again for the raid, Angelus. Have a great rest of your night. We'll see you again. Alright, my friends, I think we're actually gonna wrap up the stream there. I feel a little bad doing it because we just, I feel a little bad ending here because we just had a couple raids come in and a bunch of people join us, and I really appreciate that, but I really only planned on doing the one game tonight, and we have done it. So I think it's time we look for another channel and head out on a raid.
Cool.
There it is, no copyright after all. There, what is, Sparrow? Robo-Scar, Scar EXE has crashed. Please reboot your game. Oh, can you feel the love tonight? I didn't catch it. I can't feel the love, but I felt the pain, Big Evil says. Yeah, I've got you, Sparrow. I just didn't notice the song when it happened. I remember that level and that conversation. Hey, Mansta, welcome in. If you're just coming in, I'm sorry, but we're actually finishing up. I'm just setting up our raid at the moment. So this game is kind of tough, but it's not like, yeah, it's not quite as hard as what I think I'd been promised. We did make it through in just one night. I don't know that it's a game that I would care to play to become much better at it. We might do another playthrough of it, at least to go through it on hard mode and see what that's like, because normal was not terribly brutal. So maybe we should give hard mode a try sometime down the line, but we'll see. We got our victory tonight. NES version's supposed to be really hard? I don't know. I don't know about the NES version. Maybe. All right, my friends, I'm going to send this over to Bel Air Jeff. Jeff is working on Mega Man Zero. He's been trying to play through every Kirby game and every Mega Man game in release order. And it looks like he's up to Mega Man Zero now. Jeff's stream is not a family-friendly stream. You will hear adult language and mature conversation on his stream. Just a heads up, in case that's a deal breaker for anyone. And it's a bit louder and more energetic over there typically. But Jeff is a good people. There are good times to be had over there on his stream, so I would encourage you to come along and check it out. But thank you for being here for me tonight, my friends. Surprise Sunday stream. I'm very grateful to have had so many people show up and keep me company. I hope that you enjoyed yourselves. I'm glad that we were able to get a victory, that we were able to clear this game. I hope you have a great rest of your night. Normally I would stream on Monday night, but there's a big chance I won't be around tomorrow. We'll see. I'll let you know in the Discord how that goes. So if I don't see you tomorrow, then Tuesday night, 11 p.m. Central Time's the target time for starting up. We'll be playing Mystic Quest, Haunted Castle, and Kirby Return to Dreamland this week, among other things. It's time to head out for now, though, my friends. Let's go on an adventure.